Fantastic starting music, apparently. What a weird track for a starting music. Whatever. Do not question. Merely accept. Well, I guess I want the thing to screen cap that or something, so the thumbnail will decide that's what I'm doing. I should get like make a custom thumbnail that I just use every time or something, or I don't know. I'm so bad about these things. Anyway, hey everyone. I'm just going to do my usual setup and then get to work. Seems so much louder than the other one. I have two sets of earbuds, one's louder than the other, and I never remember which one's which, and it's like... It's terrible. My struggle is real. Mitchdale. Got my Discord link. So I can slowly but surely farm people. You're in the Discord. Very slowly, not so surely. Should I? Just meet that tab. And then I need my to-do list. You know, I'm just kind of working on random crap. Whatever makes me happy at any given time, I think, is honestly what I work on. I should definitely make a point of being more focused. I don't know. Streaming tends to get me to work on the game. And I don't tend to work on the game as much if I don't. Kind of get distracted. I also think the fact that I just have so many options and things I can do can often be overwhelming, and I need to really just pick and go with options. Hey, Sarah, how's it going? Here right at the start of the stream today. Damn. Good timing. I'm considering starting the player in here and then having them escape to this other room for the game to begin. So I can introduce Charlotte right at the start and then give them some sort of, like, you know, way to get up to a painting and then destroying the painting so they can't come back. Which then means I would have some sort of pathway up or something, and then have like Charlotte waking up or something like that. Like have her wake up sometime. I'm probably gonna replace this with a coffin instead of a bed, but creepier. Yeah, I'm thinking of that. Or a little tunnel for them to get through, one of the two. I can have a temporarily missable bonus too if they, you know, it's not missable later, you'd have to come all the way back. But you could miss it in the very beginning. But in the absence of oh wait, in the absence of plan I like better, I might as well do it, right? Gotta remember not to include the player starts inside of a data layer, otherwise they won't load. The player can't find them. That'd be dumb. It's best not to be done with things for sure. I don't want that one. I do think it works out better though, and it gives me a room that's kind of more story centric to begin the game in, as opposed to a combat centric one. Because it's no fun to watch story, it's more fun to play story. Right? So that's the theory. Oh. I got so confused there for a second. I was like, what about, where's this other box? That's a mirror, dumbass. It's right there. It's a freaking mirror. I'm so stupid. Sometimes, you know, you just get confused by your own mirror, like a champion. Like a goddamn champion. Do. I could expect them to jump on the table. Like, it'd be a more interesting starting room for sure. They wouldn't be able to get up there. I guess what I need to figure out is the purpose of this thing here is Tinka's going to wake her up. But she's going to be asleep in this thing waiting for, you know, like a new doll for Charlotte to play with, right? And then Tinker will wake her up before Charlotte wakes up so that she can, you know, escape. And then presumably you'll sneak around through the room to get to up to wherever the painting is. And then jump through the painting, and then Charlotte will destroy the painting afterwards so you can't go back. And then that'll put you in the haunted gallery, and then Tinker will kind of explain things and then send you off to the only place she has unlocked, which is the new life room over there, which I might change to a different name. But then that helps set up Charlotte as a, you know, an antagonist early on. So it really just comes down to locations for those, and then yeah, kind of about it. I do want to set Tinka up as a sympathetic character. I consider making him kind of or playfully an asshole or something, but she can still be both. Well, smoke's gonna interfere with this a bit, though. There could be pipes going around, though the only issue with pipes is that there needs to be a logical starting point for pipes, right? Like, they can't just exist coming out of... Well, this is a steampunk game. They can exist. They can come from the floor or the ceiling. Though this is the top of the building, so coming from the ceiling is a little weird without something on top. But I could put something on top, I suppose. Some sort of AC unit. I don't know why a ghost would need an AC unit. To be fair, it's also steampunk, so... I'm sure you can come up with some sort of fantastical steampunk thingy for that. This could also be the first room with 2 data layers, too. One of the ideas that I've considered for the game is what if the rooms had two different rooms that loaded based on a different data layer? So as you fulfill conditions, like it opened up other secret sections of it, or even having a an ability that sends you between the two. Or I can just use it for story methods where, you know, after some story has happened, the room is now different. And it could just be slight variations that way too. It could do that. Actually, weirdly enough, maybe you should be jumping out of one of these boxes. Did I give one for Poppet? I think I didn't. No, I didn't. Be funny if you broke out of this room like that and then, you know, ran through this and then do a different room like that. But and all the other, like, you know, toys were waiting in here for you like that, and then when you came back, all these toys were out. But that's a little less mysterious and interesting. I think I just want to start you in here. See, it just comes down to where I'm going to start those. I think I'm going to hide all these clouds for the second because they're really hard to click around. Like, they just are obnoxious to deal with. But they can exist out here for now. Oh yeah, there's still a smoke in here too. Okay, well. There's no mirror on this, really? Well, there's a broken mirror there. Okay. I guess my question is, why is one mirror broken and not the other? That doesn't make much sense. I do kind of like having this desk set up. This chair doesn't match. I could make a new chair. They need to have a, you know, square thing so you can grab them. The only thing I don't like here is I can't really get around this. I also wouldn't want them reading anything in advance either. I need to grab a coffin or something. What we got? I also need a lid. Can't really move it without a lid. Oh, is there a lid? Oh wait, So they didn't call it a lid. Because I do this vampire layer and they have these chests here and a coffin here. But the issue with this is this coffin can't be opened. Right? It looks cool enough, but it just can't be opened, so it's kind of less exciting. I hate when people provide, you know, assets that aren't in pieces. Pieces are so much better. I could have sworn I came across it. I could have oh, this one's even worse. It's attached to it that way. I mean, I could make a glass coffin. I don't see why not. She could just be laying in there. I mean, just a glass, just a regular square box. It's glass would be fine. Put it on a dais, put things around it so it looks like it's ornate. Why not? Oh wait, let's select a glass beforehand. So I don't have to fight with getting it all the sides. Actually, a crystal? Maybe I have something like that. That's cool. Nah. I could just use the same glasses I use everywhere, I suppose. Actually, 1 minute. This one has a smoke on it. That's annoying. Doesn't have to be the most spacious. I mean, you know, she's not that big. Okay, that's a bit much for sure. Actually, 1 second. Well, this one's open. Oh wait. Never mind. I found a coffin with the lid. I'm just blind. I didn't realize that was a lid. Okay, I'm stupid. Don't mind me. Well, never mind then. F making one myself. That sounds like work. I won't do that. Well, thanks, only good sir. How's it going? Whoa. It was so big. Get in your box. I think I'll make it slightly larger. That's only like a 5. This, I don't remember how much I scaled these up, like 8 or something. No, they're actually not that big. I really got to get to the point where I have some sort of playable thing. To be fair, I am setting up what's probably going to be the first room in the game, and also a later room you achieve, because you're going to run from it and only be able to go back later. So I'm actually being good. Okay, so then Battlefield 6 in it. One slow. Oh, yeah. All those games where the update is larger than this entire game will even be. Yeah, those things. Mm-hmm. That's just too big. That looks comedically big. I need a coffin pose. It almost seems like 6 should be where it is, but maybe 6.5? Yeah, maybe 6.5 is fine. Get the lid. Nope, the lid. Get the lid. Okay. Now, last time I did anything for this, it was like the last package version. I think it was only like 7 or 8 gigs. And to be fair, that's not going to be the complete game for sure, but that did include everything I had to complete all the way up to Chapter 3, though Chapter 2 is obviously a mess. Yeah, it's probably better that she's a ghost instead in the coffin, I think. And have her just appear out of it. Yeah, something like that. I may have to edit one or something if I don't have one somewhere. But to be fair, she doesn't even need to open the coffin. That's the one thing I was thinking about. I was like, she's a ghost. You can just say her body's in the coffin and she just leaves the coffin to go out and about. Why in the world does she need you know, even need to open the lid? So I might not, I could just spawn her in there, have her, and I guess I need like a wake up pose or something. I don't know how that's gonna work. I'll burn that bridge when I get there. The only thing that sucks is I actually made the bed able to be bounced on, and there's nowhere for this bed to be useful. You know? I keep going over how I want to change the intro, things like that, and I just have come to the conclusion that much as I find the bed fun to jump on, it's probably not that great. But why would they seal the coffin? If the toy maker's making all these toys for her, why in the world would he like seal the coffin and stop her from getting out? Hey, Antonio Morales, how's it going? I got a follow. Ooh. Oh, thanks for the follow. I'm busy restructuring a room here for as Ghost Girl. I had a bed for her and everything, but seems like she'd come out of a coffin. I don't know. I could put the coffin on like a dais like that and have it more like full of arcane crap. They're going pretty good. Feeling okay today. Any day I'm feeling good, or at least not bad. It's not a bad day. Pretty good day. Got some ideas I want to test out, see if I actually like the ideas. I wonder about dice. Oh. From the Halloween stylized village, that's where I had this coffin thing. Yeah, I'm building a game called Poppet Quest. You're playing as a woman who was killed and her soul stuffed into a doll, and she's trying to escape the whimsy wonders toy store, which is Basically like a theme park in a building for all intents and purposes. But all the toys come to life at night because of a curse, including you. And I was working on a room that's very concept-y. You can see this giant steampunk world out here. And you just building, well, the whole game is built inside of this one building though. I'll give you the quick short tour here. Yeah, so this is Poppet. Do a quick cheat thing. Nice. Yeah. Oh, let me put a nav mesh down. Enemies won't spawn without a nav mesh. I get rid of it whenever I'm actually building the game because it has to recalculate every time I move anything. I don't want to watch that. Nobody wants to see that. It takes so long. All these rooms are full of stuff. It's just that I have them data layered out so you can't see the things. Because the whole game would be too much. Alright. A couple years. He ended up taking big portions of time because of health problems, so it's been worked on for over 2 years, but I didn't work on it for those 2 years. For over the 2 years. Right, so the main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness, you lose your sanity, which you know, represents the curse basically taking you over like that. If your sanity over 0, the curse wins. You also gain curse power, which acts as your magic. This is just the dodge. I'll let sanity roll down so you can see the insanity effect because it's fun. And they're not solid or anything. You can just jump through them. Well, if they're right height. If you go back to the light, you gain sanity back, but you gain no curse power. So you got to bounce between the two if you want to have abilities. Hey Max Kip Chumbra. Thanks. She uses tarot cards for abilities like this is the Fool. It's a giant squeaky toy. First load takes a second. It bonks stuff. I set my level to way high for this place, so I made some of the stuff. Like I made the building, I made Poppet. I made some of the enemies, mostly the female ones. Oh my. I made weird steampunk contraptions like these things over here. I made the cubes. I didn't make the tables, or I made the lamps out of stuff. So I didn't make the individual assets that made the lamp, I built them out of assets, so... Oh. Anyway, let me jump up here. So I made these weird little things too and everything like that. You'd be surprised how much this game was made in the engine. So the tarot card here is the Magician. It's basically telekinesis. You can pick up small objects. Oh, give me a second to She's got two different forms. She has a normal form and a tarot form, and the tarot form gives different abilities. So, not in tarot form, it just drops the object where you want. In tarot form, it lobs it to deal damage to targets. We're hanging up by this giant light here. It also manipulates objects in the environment, such as drawers, cupboards, light switches, door handles if you have a key, you know, all that stuff. Nope. Not even good at my own game. I'm gonna turn the AC on here. It's super hot in this room. I think it's because my computer just is such a heater. Like, it was comfortable in this room at a mere 76 Fahrenheit, and then I turn this machine on and suddenly it is not very comfortable anymore. Put the fan on real fast.
Why are you talking steam whispers? You're going the wrong way. Are you?
Ceiling fan right above me.
They're watching no
Much better. Yeah, a lot of the puzzles are wandering through these little areas, doing these things. Oop, I have the Empress equipped. You don't want that. I gotta have more of these strange little secret doors in places. They're not that secret. I mean, you can tell they're there. Just about anything can break stuff in the game. I might change that so you have to have specific ones that break stuff, but whatever. The curse is only on the building, so you can wander around outside here as long as you're connected to the building. Otherwise, you will, you know, die. Great for winter, not for summer. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's... How hot is it out there right now? Let me check. It is currently 76 degrees Fahrenheit out there, or for those people who don't know, 24 degrees Celsius. It's also 2:43 a.m., by the way, where I'm at. That's right. Yeah. That's hot. For 2:43 in the morning? Yeah. It's actually been a pretty cool summer though overall. It hasn't hit it like 115 yet. I hate when that happens. Nah. So anyway, like I say, you can't leave the building or you'll die. There's no curse out there to power you, but you can look around. Something to do. I guess I don't need that light anymore. I made this area have a puzzle in it now. Oh yeah, it's not great, for sure. I slept for like an hour and a half. I don't sleep very well because I have like spine issues, so I tend to wake up in the middle of the night, and that's kind of when I tend to stream. I would stream during normal people times, but, well, normal for me, but that just does not seem to work out. So I don't. Haha! Glad we solved that one. I've just been streaming for like, 3-4 hours, and then going back to sleep. That's pretty much it. Just 3-4 hours and back to sleep. Ooh. I kind of miss all the presents here because they were nicer looking, but this makes for better puzzle setup for sure. Weep. Oh. Yep, that's like a very early portion of the game that you have to do. And for the new people, it takes me like 4 hours to do all the content I currently have. And I know where to go, so it's gonna take normal people a lot longer. This was just so I could open this door, but I left the door open already, but otherwise you would need the key, and I could... It appears and opens it like that. It looks like the key is a bit warped. I guess I changed the door shape. Not bad. What was I even have right now? Ah. Show off some other weapons to people like that. Not to the new people. I like how I have the new little enemy list over there. Keep better track of what's going on. Though, why aren't you on it? Painting blockers are there, but you're not. Anyway, this is a bubble wand. That's what Temperance is a bubble wand. If you're in terraform, it captures them in a bubble. And if you're not, then it doesn't. Take wish once you gain your motion blur. You try to turn mine off in a level and real. I thought you had to turn it on, right? Like, I didn't think it even defaulted on. I mean, I don't have DirectX 11 on over DirectX 12 because DirectX 12 lowers my FPS by like 20 and causes the game to crash in all kinds of areas. I have there's no idea why anybody uses DirectX 12. I also think that the Nanite is garbage, and so is Lumen. Because in all my testing, not only does Lumen not look good, but it also makes the game impossible to see. Unless I put a million lights, and then everything just has a weird foggy look that sucks. So, and I don't know what's up with Nanite. I don't know what it's supposed to do, but I have yet to see it actually do anything it says it's supposed to do. Maybe. I don't know, I've never actually, huh. Okay, so I guess it's like project settings. And then engine rendering, right? Engine rendering. And then somewhere in all this crap is motion blur. Supposedly? Technically it says Lumen's still enabled, but it doesn't work with DirectX 11, so it's actually just not. Am I blind? I might be blind. I just search for motion blur. There you go. Just do this. Search in your project settings for motion blur and uncheck it. What a champion I am. I was like, go to all these things like that. No, you just search for it at the top. What am I doing? I'm stupid. Now I'm going to enable it and see what happens. I gotta know. Right? We all want to know what motion blur looks like now? Is that what I'm hearing? All right, let's motion blur this. I don't even know if it'll work DirectX 11. It might need DirectX 12. Everything seems to. But I hate how the engine looks with DirectX 12. I just hate how the game looks, so I don't know why I would want to use it. Oh god, yeah, motion blur's ugly. Ugh. 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 People want motion blur? Why? Now I know how I turn this off in every game. It looks terrible. I mean, I guess it makes the spinning look faster. Like, I'm getting so sick, oh my god! That's kind of what it reminds me of. Yeah. It mostly just messes with the camera. I don't like it. Beyond that, oh, that's right. I made it get bigger now. You're supposed to get bigger. There we go. Bigger hammer. Huh. I've just never seen anyone keep motion blur on in the history of the world. Like, everyone always, like, every stream I ever watch, everybody I ever talk to, they always turn it off. Yeah, it just makes it hard to focus on things. Like, it's not... It's like an exaggerated version of what real life is like, you know? 'Cause you focus on things a lot faster than this focuses on things. This is really slow. And you know I can tell why this is, like, isn't the same as the other? Because when I do the other one like, you know, without this on, it just looks like everything is always in focus all the time. Like, because my eyes can obviously pick it up that fast. So this is actually just this exaggerated, unrealistic thing. This is not how people view the world at all. This is too slow. Your eyes pick stuff up so much faster than this. Every gamer, you turn on. Every Joe's not gonna care. Yeah, but see, not gonna care, and everyone else who like is into gaming turning it off pretty much says the feature should be off, right? Because if the average person doesn't care, it's not adding anything to them. And other people just hate it. Who likes it? It is amusing that it's just one checkbox to turn it on and off. I like that. And turn it back off. That's fat. That's ugly. Now I know if I want ugly, I can just add motion blur. And see, look, now I can just spin around. That's more like how you actually see the world. Like, I can spin in a circle really fast, and I pretty much instantly will see things. Like, the time is so minimal, and your eyes don't register stuff as a blur. So seeing it actually register things as a blur is bizarre. I mean, maybe if you have bad eyesight, sure, but to be fair, my eyesight's not the world's best anyway. I have really good up-close eyesight. At a distance, you know, not as well as it once was, for sure. All those years of staring at a computer screen. Yeah, why the company optimized default settings for the user? Yeah, with FOV. 90 should be the standard, most game will 60 being the lowest value. I don't know. Why would a company care about user experience? I mean, to be fair, a lot of AAA companies don't seem to care, but they should. They should. Why is that fighting at level 0? It's not level 0. You lied to me. It's level 4. It didn't register, though. So, like, the timing is a little off on my little enemy counter thing. Well, that's unfortunate. I'm not solving that right now. I don't care. Now that I've done my motion blur for the day, my experiment on things that just suck. Alright, well. So the new people get an idea of what things are like. I'll end up testing things all the time anyway. How's your day going, boy? Tommy boy? I didn't say hi. No. Wait, what? What the? Okay, yeah. Check this out. This is weird. I was looking over at the little text, things like that here. Anything like that. And look, and this says threatened, but then trues. My little back end here. With like little Japanese symbols. But the social stream just read it as trues. I have so many questions. Doesn't that with anything else? YouTube chat, man. YouTube chat. Empty bag with some emails. Just deactivate and delete all my accounts you no longer use. That's fair. That is fair. remember searching through my emails for the word unsubscribe and just clicking unsubscribe on things. Like, I don't recall subscribing to this, but hear me out. I'd like to not be subscribed to it. And then they're like, okay, and I'm like, cool. And that's that. Yeah, so basically I need like a trail up. And 9 times out of 10, trails tend to start at desks or tables this early in the game. I kind of want to keep the bed. But having a ghost sleeping on a bed is weird, right? There could be a corpse on a bed. The issue with a corpse on a bed is that, well, I have a model for Charlotte. She's not decayed. She's like a ghostly form of her. And I have a human form for her. But what I don't have is a decayed version of her. I don't even know how I go about making a decayed version of her. Right? Okay. Yeah, but you need a mesh that's actually, you know, decayed, right? Like, I can change her out all I want. I can change the look of her any day I want, you know, but it's just making an actual, like, mesh that makes her look decayed is easier said than done. You gotta go through and do individual parts like that. I don't know, I'd have to look and see. No, because the body would have been there a while. I like the idea of it being more preserved, though. Because I don't know why he would just leave a body on there like that. It would stink. So I guess I get rid of the bed idea. That's sad. But having some sort of dais or something like that, where she's on top of, would be good, too. So like I said, I'm just going to have her spawn from this, and then I don't need an extra body. Right? Because there's one thing I've learned is there's the what I would love to have happen, and then what's actually possible in a reasonable time frame. And yeah, about that. There's really just only so much I can do. Right? Right? Maybe? Perhaps I'm the only one who thinks that, but Years. It's not really gonna hold a thing though. Well, that's interesting. I'm just gonna start positioning things and see if I like it, right? Because that's how I often design things. Position some stuff out there. Maybe there's like fires. Maybe there's like floating heads in these or something like that that are watching. And I just get rid of all the extra heads. They could be bigger ones or something. Who knows? But more importantly, what these represent is another thing for Poppet to stand on at a different height. And that's actually pretty important. For sure. Gonna do various stuff here that might be interesting. It could also just be sitting on a table, too. That is true. It could have just been set on a regular table and not have metal things everywhere, and it could also have more steampunky things around it. Huh. It's not that bad of an idea. After all, why would there be all this stone stuff up here? okay, I guess I kind of talked myself that. I'm seeing if I have any other cool meshes to make it, you know, interesting for sure, but that one has almost nothing. Sure, sure. Fair enough, fair enough. I actually don't have that many churches in here. I thought I'd have more. Got this vampire lair for thing for free, and the best thing about it is it just has coffins in it. You'd be surprised how hard it is to find coffins that open. It didn't even have that, by the way. It's a complete failure. No. Alright, well, we're just going to cheat at first, and we're going to just stick with the default toys. And then I'll change them up as I come across a better idea. But for now, the plan as I see it is simply to put it on top of that. I don't need a Charlotte here at the moment. I can also just steal the ideas from the other, though I kind of like these pillars. Oh, that altar thingies. I could grab that. Hmm. Nah, it needs to have some sort of ornate, crazy looking table up here, I think. I still like the steampunk idea around it. Oh. In reality, it'd probably be close to where the Toymaker's Lab is set up, wouldn't it? Hmm. Hmm. Table. Table. Okay, you can click off that now, thank you. Ah, pool table. Hell yeah. What do you look like? Oh, I appreciate it. Though I actually just found one. And I'm gonna recolor it with a different mesh, probably. Because this is not great. Appreciate it, though. Not that one. Materials. Instances. The examples they had. This one here, the default. Kind of makes it not a very color. Maybe red. Well, it's even harder to see. Fantastic. Yeah, I would need to go on a dais at that point. Very difficult to see at that point. It's made out of metal. Maybe purple. Well, I'm half torn between creepy and steampunk in here, and I'm wondering if I can get a mix of the two that actually works. I do have like that weird steampunk thingy that I can pull from. I've used almost nothing from it. The was this one? The steampunk workshop? Maybe. Yeah, this one. I've done very little with it, but it's not creepy in any way, shape, or form. It would need to be made creepy. Also, where are all the meshes? Yeah. I'm just blind. Oh. I'm not blind. It's actually somehow just not moved with the other steampunk stuff. It's supposed to be here. Well, that's weird. Move them. That's just weird. I hate it. I hate that I have to load 410 assets too. YouTube popping off tonight. Probably shouldn't have done this thinking about it. Because now by doing this, it has to load them all and move them all. Rename them. But if I don't do it now, I will forget. 100% those are right there. When I try to find it later. It's no good. Literally no good. But yeah, maybe I do something closer to what the Toy Maker's Workshop is like. Put more machines there or something like that. Some sort of a coffin thing. Or I can have none of the steampunk things and just have a creepy room. I mean, first, you might not really want to replace stuff like a workshop anyway. That would be cute. To me, what I really need is some sort of a creepy cute type of scenario where things are, you know, there's like random cutesy stuff in there, but things are just a bit off. I definitely want to make sure that more a portion of the game, it's just I've been adding her on top of things that already existed. And certain points where, you know, you have to deal with her directly, but maybe just having her watch you at various points and like that, just little bits of creepy. But the first thing is make a concept room, and then make a gameplay room, and then add in steampunk stuff, and then add in any kind of weird, playfully off horror things, I guess. Update redirector references. If you don't do this, then it'll create all these invisible files that the file system won't show you is there, but are really there. Like those files are ever deleted, it breaks everything. But you run this little fix, you know, update redirector references, and it will fix that problem by pointing them where they were supposed to in the first place. It's kind of a weird extra step, because I don't know why Unreal Engine creates these files when it could have just pointed them in the right place in the first place. Like, this redirector thing is an extra step. It's one of Epic's things where they need like 4,000 steps to accomplish a simple task. It's weird. I understand what it is. Yes. Yes, you can delete them. It's okay. It's the whole point of this process. What are we doing here? Shouldn't take that long. Even though I'm not sure I want to use steampunk things anymore. Yeah. I was considering having shelves with toys that are watching you. Or toys that are lifeless. One of the two, like that are just completely dead. I don't have a lot of damaged toys, is unfortunately the case. Like you can't just easily separate pieces of a model. You have to, you know, tear it apart in Blender or something like that. And that is a lot. Like, I don't know if I want to do that. But I could have like assorted dolls over here on the side or something like that. A bunch of toys just looking at you. I don't have a lot of different dolls though. Most of the toys I have are the ones you fight, right? I only have so many toys. What do I have that's in the cutesy stuff there? Like, maybe I run with the cute stuff from this and I just start, but I build it around a coffin. I don't know. I got all this stuff in this Victorian house thing. And I don't think I kept the level for it because I'm stupid. Did I? They have like a what looks like a girl's room or something like that in there. It might be a good thing to build off of that, but then just toss creepy layers on top of it. And then added some shelves with the toys staring at you. And I just make their heads rotate. But I could also just have the doll heads on shelves watching you too. Like, I don't have to have anything else. And these can also be what's the platforming thing. In fact, I think that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, I don't care if the test map for this generates warnings, Unreal Engine. I really don't. It's just an explainer map. Maybe it is. This asset pack was so amazing. It has so many assets in it. It's so great. It's full of so much good stuff. Some of my early testing was like a tiny version of Poppet running around this place. Because it looks so cool. It's also got a couple, I'm blanking what they're called. Post-processing on them. Yeah. Ugh. I forgot how everything is actually like normal size now. Now it's like ridiculous to run around these places. Up here is a room that I was going to look at. It's almost sickening trying to move through these rooms because of how fast it is. Yeah, this one here I think is a lot better. So I probably want to clone these types of looks to it. Obviously I increased the size of these other things in the other map. And because I saved it like that, now it thinks that it's this giant thing. So they look really hilarious because they're supposed to be tiny and these massive things. And they're supposed to be like way smaller. Yeah. Oh, yeah, she has a little fireplace too. Do I want to give her a fireplace? Hmm. You're mostly just looking for the stuff that matches. I couldn't remember what went with what. I'm just gonna borrow all these. Come with me if you want to live. I already have those out there. Probably borrow this too. I saw One Piece. Sure, sure. I found the One Piece. Congratulations. He's gonna be the wrong size though. Oops. Oh well, I just want ideas. Come along, everyone. Actually, I'm gonna double check that by just doing that. Sometimes Control-C doesn't work on this keyboard. I don't care. Sure. Oh yeah. This place is huge. There's like something like 500 meshes in there. And so much of my game got based off this one pack. It also taught me how to do all the interaction things too. It was a great pack and it's just free. I mean, Epic gave it away for free. Always collect the free stuff that Epic gives you. Trust me on this. You never know. It could prove handy. Oh, by the way, in case you're curious about the size difference of the two places, I just thought I'd point that out to you in case you were uncertain about them. Use the Octopel plugin. You can open a scene and drag stuff you like in your game. Interesting. I have not. I don't usually drag stuff in there. It's mostly to remind myself where it is and go from there. Wait. Doesn't want to go down, huh? Maybe I should look it up. It's so hard to see what I'm doing in the dark for this. Everything's too close to each other. Yeah, it's like stuck in the thing. I'm not sure if I'm going to go with this color, but I figure it's a much more girly color, so, you know. I kind of already have a bunch of stuff too, so I might want to use those. But this has, you can't open these, and I hate those. I guess I could look up that active palette plugin real fast. I'll make a note of it or something. There's like lots of things. I definitely hope so. Because, you know, that'd be awesome. The bars are from the chapel. I'm a bit torn between unique versus keeping a consistent feel. This first area is not very consistent though. It's every room is so themed. And then there's just no consistency in a lot of it, so So maybe actually what I should be... Okay, let's get rid of the Charlotte. I don't need her. I think what I should be planning here is using these heads as something to jump on, I guess. But unfortunately they also look up, so if you try to jump on them, it tends to come into some problems, I found. Like if I want to use these as platforms, I think they turn up and then it's really hard to jump on them. And this is, if it's going to be the first room, I'm going to test this out by making a bunch of heads and try jumping on them. I didn't design them with the initial intent of this, so, you know. Huh. The biggest problem for cloning maps is the size issue. Because this map is actually giant size versions of everything. So I can't just drag things on, I gotta rescale everything. My world, and the scale's not always identical either. It's interesting to see for sure. But if you jumped around on floating heads, that'd be interesting at least. Oh, these ones don't move. It's those ones that watch. Okay, I can just jump on these ones then. They could be on poles. Okay, stop that. Actually a little easier to see in the dark, weirdly enough, because they're not as, like, this is not that white of a mist, but in the light it looks very white. So okay, that was a fail. Yeah, I might do that. We'll see. I don't 100% know. I'm trying to come up with ideas of what I want it to be. I do like these things here, and I think they should have some kind of fire in them or something. Also, that table loads into a different room, so the coffin's just floating. I decided to point that out. And the fires could emit light, or even just a lamp thingy too. Yeah, that's not very easy at all, but it's not that hard either. I don't think you need that many of them, for sure. Like, she could probably jump to 2 of them pretty easy. Yeah. I would just need to get the distance right to make it work. Like, we've established we don't need this one here. She could probably make this jump. I'm guessing. So, where are we trying to hit here? That's the question. Before I start placing things in places, I need to get an overall idea of them. Like, where does Poppet start? She probably needs to start near the painting so Tinka can whisper at her to wake up. So she wakes up before, you know, Charlotte does. I'm not thinking about this. I don't know why I copied the table. Now I gotta remove it from all these things. Seems like a big pain. It was a lot smarter to just do the other. Yeah, this was a terrible table to pick. Let's add it to this one here real quick, and then move that one. Yeah, she got to whisper at her. I probably want it as far from Charlotte as possible. Oh yeah. The heads are everything. These are just here to give me an idea of where what I was going to do for jumping purposes. Right now I'm trying to set up where I'm trying to go to, because if I'm going to build a platforming setup or like that, I need to know where you start and where you're trying to hit. And I think the simple reality is that it should probably be as far from her as possible. And I want to put Tinka above it. Or nearby. Like, Tinka could be... Well, there's no two windows. Our windows are such a problem. Maybe the Poppet box should be over by the windows then. Let's get this crap out of the way for now. Because the painting can still be there, and she could yell at the Tinka, she could yell at Poppet from over there, and it'd be fine. And I don't actually necessarily need this, per se. I just want to put a crystal ball in here, I think. Maybe. I guess the goodie box should probably not be over here. Be kind of a return item. But you could jump on it later. Or jump on it to get up to a thing. I'm pretty certain the way I want this to go is Tinka will whisper from over here to try to wake you up. And I might move the Poppet box a little farther over for that. I'm going to want to put a bunch of, like, things around here, like, you know, wishing, like, Charlotte happy birthday and all that. Everything, like, maybe, like, hearts or something like that, you know. So we'll get to that in a bit. It needs to look a little playfully, like, off, I guess. But I don't have a lot of those assets yet, so we ain't going to worry about that. But that means that the end goal of the room will be to get over to here and get through this painting, right? And I'm assuming the plan for that was going to be to go run over to here in this general vicinity. Past, you know, creepy Charlotte thing, which might be in a glass case. I haven't decided yet, because I can easily make this coffin of glass. If you, I have to put a body in there. It can be like a perfectly preserved body too, so that's fine. Yeah. So then over in this general vicinity, there's going to be the first step up, and then the second step up will likely be somewhere closer to here. And we'll put a chair over here for purposes of showing that off, but that's the plan. Don't think I'm going to use a chair necessarily, though, to be fair. The old chair table strat is pretty good. Maybe not right in front of a bookshelf, but whatever for now. So, yeah, you want to get rid of that and then get over to here. And then probably jump across there, which means I'm probably going to put the heads over in this general vicinity. And maybe the heads won't all necessarily move. Or maybe the ones, I'll put them on the ceiling and have the ones on the ceiling watch you. These heads could just be on poles too. Right? Because I have the poles in Patrick's room. This is not necessarily how it's going to finish out to be, but I have these thingies here with all the nails and everything like that. Browse to that. I kind of wish I had more creepy circusy stuff, but you know, I don't. And there's one thing I've learned is don't make extra assets. It's a bad plan. Oops, number lock is off. If they're not moving, I don't know if I want them to float necessarily, but optionally, you could go to this corner, which is already kind of there, and then jump your way across, see a coffin thing here, maybe even jump on the coffin. And if this is glass, like... Anytime I concept out a room, it's always going to be a mess for a bit. That's... Just expect that. I usually recycle the same glass material across all these here, but... Oh, wait. The actual Charlotte model... I guess I could duplicate that one and then just put it, instead of animation like that, I can just have her like laying dead or something like that. I might have some animation for something like that. I also need to make a jump scare for her, which will probably just be an animation of her playing like that and just it being dark around the outside of it. Like, I'm assuming that's what it is, like a loud screeching noise or whatever. I have no idea. Because, you know, she's still there doing her thing. Get them all? There's so many smokes on her. Oh, she's a UEF fan. I don't know if I have a sleeping one for that. I can make one. I get. Oh, actually. No. Is there a lane? You have some ghost stuff. Let's go on a little trip here and see some animations in action, see if there's any cool ones in here. I mean, if I have to go find something, I will, but... Nobody says I gotta do that right now. I don't really want to have a lot of timeline stuff in the game, like, you know, as far as having to, like, you know, force the player to do nothing. I kind of want things to happen while the player is wandering by. So a lot of it done in engine. Intro cutscenes aren't exactly that great of a plan, you know. Maybe I make one or something, just kind of a brief explainer, but... That one's interesting. Creepy and weird. That one's just kind of standing there doing nothing. I want something that can basically just put horizontal. This just them laying there. Oh, that's there's how she can wake up. What's going on there? Just upside down watching? Okay. I don't know about this creepy ghost running around thing. That's just not very necessary, but... Peekaboo. No. I can have her doing weird things throughout the game and make people wonder if you're stupid enough to go up and touch her, then she just kills you, but... Honestly, most people aren't stupid like that. Ugh, that makes me run around on top of them. Poppet's looking positively short in comparison to these people. It'll probably be this one here and into a wake up of this one. They're relatively close. Well, you see, they're showing a lot of stuff on X that they're actually just buying out theaters, and the theaters are actually just empty. So it actually might be an Omega flop, if that's actually true. It's like what they did with Captain Marvel, where they had all the empty theaters, and they said it made $1 billion, but nobody actually went and saw it. And it's like, I don't know. They're also saying that the ratings on there were on Rotten Tomatoes are of course faked, but there always are on Rotten Tomatoes. Yeah, someone went through the site's code and re-averaged it to like 56% or something on there. Well, not if they're spending money to fake things. Like if they're buying theater spots, then they're not making anything. They're losing money. Like if they just can't have it flop, like they're so worried about it flopping because it looks so bad for them because of their stock price, maybe they're doing that. I don't know. That's what they're saying. A lot of people, it's starting to show up more and more like evidence. So think of it what you will. But it probably needs to make about $750 million just to break even. Between advertising costs, which are often what the cost of the movie was alone, the theater's cut, because they didn't make $125 million. Because the theater's going to take a big ass cut of that. I don't know what the theater cut is. I'd be sure it's at least 30%. At least. Might be half. I don't know. But we'll see. It's really fishy because everyone I've heard review it says it's absolutely trash. What? It's not like I've heard everyone's voice on it. Yeah. Like I say, if it proves that they really are faking, you know, people in the seats, then that is obviously means they're out of fortune. And I don't know what the point of that is because, again, I guess it's just to protect stock prices. Would be about the only thing that would make any logical sense. How did you do this to make it so it's, just doing that one thing? Right here. It's okay, LP doesn't play Achilles, Mega Chad. Because we killed Soldier instead. The catchers. I mean, I suppose that's fair. Yeah, I think so too. Samuel L. Jackson would have been better Helen of Troy than that one, whoever it was. I don't know. Some random chick, who knows? I mean, if you're gonna go with something that's not even remotely looking like Helena Troy, you should commit. Like, you know who would have also been better as Helena Troy? Hear me out. Terry Crews. That's the guy who played the president in Idiocracy, right? That wrestler dude. How great would that have been? Just big and burly, preferably with some horrible blonde wig while we're at it. You know, I mean, just commit. Just, if you're gonna do just a terrible ass job, making the character look like the character, just commit to doing the worst job imaginable and make it funny at least, right? Like, I guess Terry Crews is a little old now, but even better. Who gives a crap? Perfect. Yeah. This guy. He was the president of Idiocracy. Just imagine this dude with like a blonde wig. Perfect. That is the Helena Troy they should have picked. Just go nuts on him. If only. But alas, no. Because the worst thing you can possibly do is do a shit job on how your characters look and try to be serious. Like, if you're just gonna lampoon stuff, go nuts. Make it like Scary Movie. Just do it. I sat through Scary Movie 6 recently. I wanted it to be funny, I guess. Oh, yeah. But the Oscars don't matter anymore. Nobody cares what the Oscars say. If a movie gets a bunch of Oscars, I assume it's bad. I'm pretty certain we all assume that now at this point. The Oscars is just like a negative. I never thought to myself, man, that got a bunch of Oscars. It must be good. I've never ever said this. Especially not now. Maybe they should just be over here. But the problem is this desk is in the way. I get the feeling this desk needs to be on this side of the room, and you would run past it. And I just don't put anything on there initially. But yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things where I had zero interest in the movie. I saw the trailer, and I didn't care. Like, it wasn't even a blip. The only reason I watched the trailer is everyone said it sucked. And it didn't even do that right. It was just there. It was just bland. Like, there was no point where I was like, man, this is exciting, or wow, it's a cool trailer. It's just like, okay, sure, whatever. Fine. Neat, I guess. And that's pretty bad because, you know, it's just pure indifference at what it was instead of, you know, maybe this could be cool. Because, yeah, I could get behind it. It's cool, little epic. I mean, it doesn't sound bad. I'd be into that. But it's just so soulless. Just, ugh. Nothing neat. It's kind of like watching the House of the Dragon show versus Game of Thrones. It's just so much more soulless and shitty than Game of Thrones was in its peak. A lot of it comes down to the ridiculously diverse cast that makes no sense, but also the fact that they got hired for diversity and not their acting skills. So they kind of suck. I'm just like, man, these people suck at acting. Like, there's black actors that I like. I mean, back in the day, I like to think like Wesley Snipes was really cool back in the day. Everyone loves Morgan Freeman kind of thing. Yeah, I even like the Wayans brothers back in the day. But you know what? I can't name any ones that are new that are like black actors that are good, because most of them are just tired because they are black and not because they are good at acting. Then it just makes me not want to see them because I'm like, oh man, they probably just got hired because they to check a box, not because they actually can act. And it's like, It's doing them no service for sure. Be a lot better for them if, you know, my first thought was, oh yeah, they're a good actor. Oh yeah. Any of these award things are just some weird masturbatory thing that they all pretend like they matter, and nobody checks them. Like, at no point do I go, man, Game Awards. You know what'll sell me on a game? If my favorite influencer's playing it. I hate to say it, but I guarantee you that every game I've gained any interest in was because I watched someone else playing it. Every time. I cannot name a single game in the last 15 years that I played that I didn't see someone else play a bit of first. Now, if I see the game and I like it, I'll stop watching them play it so I go play it. But, you know, that's just how it is. It's like, okay, well, what is the point of this, you know? So, awards, meaningless. Like when I saw like Expedition 33 get all the indie awards, and I was like, this makes the indie awards make no sense. This is not an indie game. What are we doing here? The game deserves awards for sure, but not that I thought the indie awards were actually terribly relevant either. To be fair, until Expedition 33 got them all, I actually didn't know they existed. So there's that. It's like, oh yeah, I guess those are a thing because they just told me. You know. But it was more relevant because of a controversy than their actual relevance as a, yeah, this is how you find out if a game is good. Which is dumb, but true. That was. I think I'm going to put these around the outside. I think I'm going to move this desk over in between here. Oh yeah. I'm pretty certain when your credits have like over like 300 people working on your project, you're no longer an indie. Hear me out on this one. That's a big budget studio. Like, yeah, maybe they only spent like 30 million on their game, but having 1 million makes you like a big budget studio, or at least double A, not an indie. Jesus. Also, if indies are struggling to have like even a couple people, and you know, hell, if you have 10K to work on your game, that's already pretty amazing for an indie, unless you've already been successful. Technically indie now, I don't believe it. You know, it's like if you have all that money, all those people working for you, you're not an indie. I think if your studio is more than like 5 people, we should question if you're an indie. Even 5 feels like a lot for most indies, but hey, we'll be nice and say 5. If your budget's north of 100 grand, I don't consider you an indie anymore either. 100 grand's already insane, but I'm being really generous. I don't even know any indies that have 100 grand to work with. I can say I've invested about like somewhere between 1,000 and 1,500 in my entire game dev, you know, career. Most of it wasn't even on this game. This game just benefited from stealing the assets from the other game because the other game was such a disaster. Yeah. Let's say you're not an indie when you spend $100 million. That's stupid. When you start including everyone who's just not part of some big publisher thing that has a huge amount of money as an indie, you defeat the meaning of the word indie. It's just very weird. Don't like it. Just like that one. I didn't like it. I wanted to go somewhere else. I don't even know why I'm moving those up. I don't care. As soon as I duplicate these, they'll create new versions anyway. Yeah, but he has his own studio that he's created, you see. There's lots of people, you know, EA is independent from Konami, therefore it's an independent, it's an indie, right? Right? it's independent from something. It's not a definition that makes any sense. I kind of want fire there. I'm probably going to put these around the side here. This will be how you get up onto these. You go like that, there. I want you to go over Charlotte's body because it's more nerve-wracking that way. That reminds me. I forgot all about why I went to that one level in the first place. I guess use animation asset will work, and then I can just do that. It's because I have that other movement system on there and it's confusing. Otherwise I could just do this guaranteed. Oh. I need to turn the thing to an anim montage. I did it with a montage. No? Oh, they're not tied to her. That's right. Idle walls. Yeah. Is that the right one? I'll select it. I think so. Yeah, I usually refer to them as AA studios, where, you know, they don't have hundreds of millions of dollars, but they have multiple millions of dollars kind of thing. They're like a big, huge thing. You know, they're not like small. What just happened there? Why did she shrink down? Okay, I drag it out here. Okay. Why did it shrink that one time? That's weird. This is my placeholder here. I'll come with a better setup in a bit, but just for purposes of figuring this out. But yeah, there's almost like a single A studio, which probably has more like under 1 million, but more than like 100,000. What happened there? How come rotating it this little bit did that? I don't know. I hate it, whatever was happening. But that will work. I can put some bedding in there too. It's a camera. Because the, I'm using the same VPN PC for everyone, and it's connected to the sandbox character, which has a stupid camera. Getting rid of the camera is irrelevant, though. It doesn't really do much, but it's like a secondary bizarre camera system that lacks a lot of functionality. I don't know what Epic was doing with it. So, yeah. Am I spawning or in with the spawning system? I probably am not. I kind of want her to just be here, but she's tied to the same system. I also want to have a body for her too, but I don't have the other model because I do have a, you know, a human version of her. Obviously, as you can see, there's a human version of her right here. So I have the model. I took a picture of the human model. I can easily just drop it in here, and then the ghost pops out. Which is probably what I'm going to do, but I didn't move it over, so, you know. Because I don't think I moved it over. because up until now I didn't have a use for it. Nah. I do have a lot of weird models that I haven't made use of yet. I kind of forget they're there. I've got so much stuff to work with because I've been kind of collecting it up, and every idea I just drag it over and think, hey, maybe I'll test it out and see if it's good. And some characters, I keep coming up with different versions of them. Oh my gosh. Anna's got like a million versions at this point. And the Red Queen's got a bunch of versions. I haven't even figured out Tilly too much. I keep changing Tilly's look. I think she's actually not going to be a toy so much as a like a weird machine contraption thing. They're kind of like, it's like making toys. Not really making the toys, but it looks like she's making the toys. Yeah, I think I do this, move this over here, and then the path over there is just going to be pretty simple. Yeah. Basically, I like to have some variety in what's going on, because, you know, it could get really bland if it's the same crap all the time. So, you know. Does this mirror work? No. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take this whole desk, I'm going to just 180 it, I think. Drag it over here. There's already a mirror over here. I'm not sure if I'm going to include the giant pillar things, though. If I do, I have to move it away from this window. And there is a strong argument for doing that, for sure. Like, it could go over here. And I don't have the bouncy couch thing. I do want to place, like, almost like a birthday celebration thingy right around here. Exactly. Part of me considered having the mirrors be broken because she doesn't want to see what she is now, and I might still do that. Samuel L. Jackson. That's right. Samuel L. Jackson's the most beautiful, evidently. What I really want is a Samuel L. Jackson Disney princess crossover about who's the most beautiful princess. Hear me out on this one. You know you want to see this. Come on. Come on. You know you want to see this. It'd be so awful. Yeah. I mean, I am thinking of putting like notes for what the employees say about a hidden room, you know, a ghost that wanders around at night and things like that. Because this room is hidden behind hidden walls. There's no actual way into it unless you know how to get into it. So a ghost that wanders around like that at night and everything like that. And there's a canonical reason why it needs to be at the top of the building. Mostly because Charlotte wants to be as far as possible from the bottom of the building. Not that difficult of a canonical reason. I won't tell you why, but she doesn't want to be down there. And so, she's up here now. I'm not sure if I'm going to keep all these things here, but I'm just kind of moving things around and deciding where I want things to be. Nothing is set in stone. For sure. But yeah, I might have weird little... Wait, what are you doing, mouse? I might have weird things where, you know, they say stuff like that, you know. Trying to figure out what's up with it. Geez, so that vanishes temporarily. I don't know, if I woke up in the morning and I saw floating heads in the background when I looked in the mirror, I'd probably just go back to bed. I'm like, I just not dealing with this today. Just go right back to sleep. I'd be the worst in a horror film. Like, nah, I can't be bothered. Goes right back to sleep. No, it's just from out there. I'm not sure if I want these little smoke thingies in there or not. I'm going to put them back and test in a sec, but they're so hard to position around. I don't want to deal with that. That seems like a terrible plan. We don't do terrible plans around here. That's completely false. We do terrible plans all the time. That's fair. I think the best you can get is creepy. Like if it's one of those ones where it's just the bloodbath, you know, slasher things, those are just comedic. Like there's so much ketchup, I should be eating fries, you know, they're so stupid. Those aren't ever scary. It's usually the ones that just, you know, have that don't reveal the bad guy, that lead up to things really slowly. Yeah, I mean, jump scares I guess could work. Like I like to like there's like one point in the second Nun movie that's actually like the only good part of that movie. The movie's terrible. It's so much worse than the first one. But there's a little boy, he's at the bottom of the stairs. He actually kicks this ball accidentally down some stairs and ends up in like a basement, right? And you know, it's pretty well lit, except for there's one door off to the side that's obviously very dark. You can't see in there like that. And he's just kicking the ball around there, and he accidentally kicks the ball in there. And then after a few moments, something kicks the ball back to him. You know, that's a creepy moment. That's pretty good. Because you think, well, what's in there that kicked it back? I mean, like, if it's just some crazy thing comes crying out, the unknown is so much scarier than reality. For sure. I don't want to put this clock. I definitely want this area to be where the painting is, though. Yeah, once they reveal like the killer or whatever thing, it's not that great. I remember liking what 1408 because the room was what the horror was, but you never knew what the room was gonna do. Like it would always come after the person in a weird way, it just completely mess with them, and it got more like, you know, overt as it went along. But early on, it started out pretty creepy and good. And it's just like, this is not too bad. Lovecraft is an unknown type of horror, but always focuses on like cosmic horror that you can't understand. And this other creepy stuff can just be something that is more down to earth. Where, you know, you were coming against, it could just be a person there, a regular crazy person. Could be waiting there. And that would be, you know, terrifying because who knows what kind of weirdos are like that. Whereas, you know, Cthulhu making everyone insane, not quite the same. It does the unknown. Like they're both part of the unknown thing, but they definitely are. There's a real wide variety. 14 was great. What's over for me? Just want to know. Yeah, exactly. It had a couple like creepy-ish moments. I think it's more of a thriller or a suspense movie than horror. To be 100% fair. Have you ever seen the alternate endings for it? You can find them on YouTube. There's like three different endings for it. And the best one is where he survives. And then he plays the tape. Like, because everyone thinks it's fake. Then he plays that tape as a recording thing like that, and hears voices of his daughter on it. That one's so much better than the ending we got. So much better. No. Spoilers for 1408. Turn it off for anyone who didn't want to do it. Like, I mean, like, mute me for a second, and you're going to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, okay. So, at the end of the movie, he destroys the room, right? Killing himself, and then wanders off into the afterlife with his daughter, right? And then they have a funeral for him, and Samuel Jackson keeps a box of all his effects. He goes try to give it to the wife. The wife doesn't want it. He puts it in his car. He looks in like the rearview mirror, and there's suddenly this weird, creepy, like, monster looking thing. And then he looks back there, and it's not there. And then that's where it is. He like drives off with the box, and the last remains of the room, essentially. Thus, trying to leave it open for a sequel that didn't happen, obviously. Well, it'd be kind of stupid as a sequel. But yeah, like, you should look them up. They're on YouTube. People will like show you the various alternate versions of the how the room how 1408 ends. Called it the room. The room is a adventure point and click game. It's not the same. Actually, I think it's probably a horror game too. Yeah, I probably like this is better, so then you have a reason to go around the side here. But yeah, no, it's interesting to see. I enjoyed the film. I like the lead up to the room the best. Everything beyond that's less good, but the lead up's probably, I think, the best. Not the room, yeah, 1408. The lead up to him getting to 1408. I remember once told a girlfriend that if we ever had the opportunity to stay in a 1408 room, that we were doing it. She said I'd be staying alone. I told her I would never be alone in a room called 1408. There's always someone there with me. That's because we stayed in some hotel in San Francisco, and afterwards she admitted to me that she thought the place was haunted and had like the worst scary dreams there and everything. Like lots of really evil thoughts. I'm not dating her anymore. I wish I'd listened. I should have read between the lines. I'm so dumb. You gave away the secret. Thought I hit play, I guess not. San Francisco is still my most hated city to go to. Of all the places I've been. And that's only because I've never been to Oakland. I'm not dumb enough to stop in Oakland. I am dumb enough to miss that jump, though. Kind of a weird jump because it's really short. I've had some good memories in San Francisco. I've had some real bad ones in there too, so it's kind of a mixed bag. I'm afraid everyone I'm gonna do there. Okay, those heads get in the way. What happened to the music? Did you? Nice. I mean, how did you know it was the mayor of Oakland? Were you in Oakland and they said this is the mayor of Oakland? Like, I guess I have questions like that. Like, what are we doing here? How do you know it's the mayor of Oakland? I used to live next to the mayor of Paradise. Like, literally next door. Didn't know it was the mayor of Paradise until someone told me after I met him. I remember talking about how crappy the town was run, too. Oh, okay. The real question is, was it just a crazy person? Because, you know, listen, it would be fitting if we're talking about Oakland. This needs to have something to break this up. I don't like all these heads here. They need to do more. And they also need to be not below a certain point. Like that head there was too low and I hit it. Yeah, that one's too low as well. And I need to have something above the door. to grab hold of. So basically some sort of sets of shelves at various points, and then like the heads in between. I mean, let's see, my first experience there, we were going to go walk through a park to go to, oh gosh, it was a museum, but it was more like with all kinds of things for kids to play with and everything like that, because I was 8. There was like a dead body there. They cordoned it off. That was my first dead body. Thanks, San Francisco. It's a good start. So that one sucked. I didn't really hate the hotel thing there. I did get robbed in San Francisco, so I don't like San Francisco for that. They robbed my car. I was not physically robbed, thankfully. Oh, they robbed my girlfriend's car, but my stuff was in there too. Not much, but enough. So that sucked. Gosh, I'm blanking on all the stories of dumb crap that's happened in San Francisco. My brother went there for like liver problems like that, and we thought he was gonna die, so he spent like about a week there. He was like, I think 21 at the time, and it was like super depressing. So we were in downtown there, and like there's like no sunlight there. I remember a conversation with this sandwich shop lady on the bottom of one of these skyscrapers, and she was just saying how she really wished she could own a weed. Not like weed, like, but just like a nuisance in a garden weed, because she had no sunlight. She lived on like, I think the 3rd story or something, but there was just no sun, so she couldn't have plants. I remember my dad bought a sandwich for this bum because we were like bugging him because he was like, oh, this guy's hungry like that, and the bum threw it on the ground. Said he just wanted alcohol for money. That was pretty funny. I learned that way. We do a bunch of Giants games there. Those I went just because my dad liked the Giants. And I do remember walking across the Golden Gate Bridge, and that was kind of cool. Fisherman's Wharf stinks, but, you know, whatever. It's Fisherman's Wharf, of course it stinks. It wasn't bad to go to, just stank. Overall, I think just a few bad experiences there. I just didn't like the place. The weird winding streets suck. The traffic sucks. The lack of any kind of, well, in some sections of it do actually have trees and the like. Not all like that, just the downtown area is obviously depressing. But I liked everywhere in the Portland metro area better than it. I liked LA and San Diego better than it. I think of major cities I've been to that were just better than it. It's fair. I mean, there's definitely nice places there, I'm sure. It's not like Oakland where everything just sucks. I'm just gonna make fun of Oakland because it's deserved. If there's ever a place that deserves it, it's Oakland. I'm gonna browse to this time instead of That's fair. You know, way back in the day, I'm sure all the places were way nicer. California's definitely been going to shit for quite a while. For sure. I remember when it was safe to walk around my city, and we're about as far north you can be and still have a major city. I guess Redding's farther north, sure, but Chico's a lot bigger than Redding. A lot bigger. This has to go above, like this, up here. It's the only thing that makes sense. I'm not going to make you jump on those forever. I'm not that big of a monster. Kind of a monster, but not that big of a monster. That's fair. But then they put the entire world on the internet, and it was not a better place because of it, for sure. How did you end up here? This got moved with something else, huh? I'm not sure what I'm doing with this yet, but I'm probably gonna hide it somewhere obnoxious, like up here. So you can't get it on the first trip through. I gotta turn the lights on. I can't see the stupid shelves. Shelves are always placeholders for something else later. It's very rare I keep the shelves, but they're really good for just a setup, right? Yeah. I mean, I remember like how cheap things were like I want to say like the late 80s, early 90s. I was only a kid, really young kid, but you know. I still remember when candies were like 5 cents for like, you know, like the little fun-sized candy bars. Wasn't that incredibly long ago. I guess I can put shelves on top of these and then just not have all these extra heads. That'd make jumping on this a lot easier. And I could put some sort of paraphernalia above them. Why am I not moving these all up at once? I'm stupid. I might just want these on the ceiling to look at you like that. Oh, yeah. A dollar used to get you stuff. I mean, inflation's been out of control for the last few decades, for sure. It's just like, I thought our money meant something. No, not really. Makes saving really terrible. Now when I save money, I don't save money as cash, I save it as assets. Because assets appreciate with inflation. Yep. 20 bucks used to buy stuff. Not anymore. For sure. I mean, at one point YouTube spiked to 27 people watching. Must be sleepers. Of course they left, so they're probably not sleepers. Good question. Yeah, this is a much better feeling, I think, than the other. It sucks to jump on those. I'll leave it so you can jump on them, I guess. But I don't know, man. It's possible I just put ones that watch on there and so you don't jump on them, because if I'm not going to use them as the platforming anymore, then they can just be the kind that move like those ones up there at the top. I'm not sure if I'm gonna have these are like some sort of steampunky thing, steampunk light probably. And those are just reminders. I'm gonna probably delete them, but it's possible I should do those. This lets you get over here. Like Dark Messiah? Like, is that the Dark Messiah Might and Magic thing, or are you thinking like this is some other Dark Messiah? That's like the only Dark Messiah game I can remember. And if we're talking about old stuff, that's some new game, yeah, sure. Okay. I only vaguely remember it. Okay. I remember once when I had time to play games. I would say it was a glorious time, but I didn't get a lot done, so I don't know if it was glorious or not. Where did the little card go? Did it? What'd they do? I could use this stuff to act as the... Oh, I probably should use these. Yeah, I called it a road thing. Road spline. Haha! You're saying they did the smart thing. Oh. Yeah, everyone, it's just early access. The fools will never know better. Not sure if I want to use this or not, but I might. $11 people's a lot. I want 11 people. That sounds so good. I guess instead of those, I could just have a running thing up here. The problem with the running things is it's not that interesting. And shrink it down some. I mean, there could be a hiding thing here. I could start the game off with a good old almost horror thing like that. Have her wake up and have you have to, like, you know, hide behind these things as she walks by. But I don't know if that's really what I was looking to do to start the game. This is more of a tutorial setup for the game. Yeah. Yes, it would. Maybe that's what I should call the business, Poppet Inc. I don't have a studio yet, so, you know, you can't just call yourself something. You can't, there's legality issues with that. Sadly. Well, we'll see. Oh, that's right. This is at such a weird angle. They could just ramp it up there and then just make another ramp going down or over there. I don't want it to be that hard to start with, for sure. It's too early in the game to make it hard. It's the first room. Yeah, maybe I make these smaller. Yeah, there's more to it than 1,000. There's more to it than 100. It's not 100. It's much more than that. There's a whole bunch of other fees like that. And last I looked, it was almost $1,000 to do. It was really expensive. Plus, you can't register one as a sole person. You have to have someone else on it too. It's really expensive. Like with all the tax stuff, it's just I looked into it briefly because you use them to essentially. Really for tax write-offs is what they're for. 100% tax write-offs. But that one guy, you know, I don't need to do all that. I'll figure out what I'm gonna do eventually. Yeah, probably. I could jam these into the wall so they're not sticking out like this. That's an idea. I kind of want to put things on the shelves watching what's going on. Could put one up here. There needs to be enough space before the painting to actually land on too, right? Is the card stuck in here or something? Is that what happened to it? No. Oh, whatever. It's possible I put it on here. And you just jump down to it. I don't know if it'd be some sort of altar thing though, it's the problem. I'm also not certain why there'd even be a bookshelf here, so I'd probably get rid of that. Though her liking to read seems fine to me too. Oh, this is just a metal backing, huh? I don't need the metal backing. This can also be much smaller too, for that matter. Okay, not like that, okay. I forgot how hard these are to shrink. Doesn't make much difference. Just kind of want it to be a little bit better, but yeah. Some stuff's not going to be here until later. For now, this chair will have to do. So I probably want to give her her own special chair. I kind of want to get rid of these bookshelves. There could be that whole, well, what if she's up during the day, but she's not up during the day. It's not how it works. She's entirely nocturnal. Waking up at exactly the same time every night, which is why Tinka would know that Charlotte's about to wake up. She wakes up at the same time, and Tinka's always watching from her paintings. She knows exactly what's going on. The clock seems like a fun thing to have in it. I'm okay with a clock. Over here, I just use these things to hold something up. I do like to keep some kind of consistency in what I use, so maybe I could put little fires here, but I think I'd rather just have some sort of steampunky thing instead. Because it doesn't really fit. There seems to be somewhere that you have to land on to do everything, and hopefully you're smart enough to jump directly down to it and not somewhere else. I could just do this too. Maybe I don't use this. I'm gonna have to remove one painting from the game so that I can fit them all in the Haunted Gallery and have one painting break. To be fair though, I always felt like there's too many paintings in the game anyway. Since they act as little teleporter things, they have a game function that makes it kind of like... I'll also have to add in a thing that prevents... the Moonlit Gardens painting from being unlocked when you first get there. I always seem to like to add things to the start of the game for some bizarre reason. I don't know why. Like before a game happens. Like, oh, but it would be better if it started here or here or here. But it would be better if it starts there because it establishes why Charlotte matters. Otherwise, there's not a very good establishing setup for her. I mean, I guess the hidden grotto is not that necessary. Yeah. Well, I'm not going to have her chase you at first. But I want a sense of, you know, like, you know, you gotta move. So the first room will probably have some kind of almost time limit on it in that, you know, you need to hurry the hell up. Or Tinker will maybe just like talk at you like it's important, like you need to hurry up. Maybe I won't have a real time limit on it per se, but just, you know, we're trying to chase you along and then have, as you get to a certain area, then Charlotte wakes up, like just a predetermined area. Maybe I do it like that. You have a little bit of time to get your, you know, legs under you, and then something to show that, hey, there's a threat there like that. And then for the rest of the time, I'm like, I can have Charlotte appear in places, watching you, adding a bit of scariness to the game in a way, like a bit of just, yeah, she's not always after you, but she's watching, which I want to do always. It's just, I want to lay the game out first part of that. So I guess I can get rid of this one and push all the others over. No. Those two are pretty important. Pretty good. Basement entrance. Some of these later ones, nah, I kind of want to have a few extra just in case I decide to add more to the end of the game. These ones are kind of all over the place, I think. So I could easily replace one of them, I guess. I made all these up in the first place, but then I put the Haunted Gallery on in the third chapter, which means this effectively acts like a teleport for itself. It's like a giant painting that appears, you know, that easily makes it possible to reach everywhere else nearby. So it defeated the need for a painting anywhere near it. And so far, chapter 3 is not that big. I'm probably going to expand it as time goes by, but yeah. We'll see how it goes. But the thing is as it stands now, there's one in the crow's nest and that. And the way it's set up as it is, it's actually like they're really close to each other. Let's see, chapter 2, C2, C2. So yeah, there's a painting right here in the Moonlit Garden, and then just on the other side here in chapter 2 is the other one there. And I mean, don't get me wrong, there is technically, you know, probably like an hour and a half of content between here and there. Well, if I was playing it, because you're already probably about, well, maybe it's longer than that. You're close to half an hour in at that point, I imagine. No. Now you're probably only like 20 minutes in, so there's probably like an hour and 40 minutes of content when I'm playing just between those two paintings there. But as soon as you open this door, it's right here. You can easily just go right into here. This seems unnecessary. But then to be even more unnecessary, though it takes quite a bit of time to reach this room over here, it's again right next to there. Because you'll be like, I don't know, almost 3 hours into the game before you ever successfully reach this room. Maybe 3.5. Because you're near the very, like, this is right where you fight Charlotte the second time. And technically production's on the other side too, where you would fight the boss of the area and then leave, but you don't really go this direction to get into it. So I can probably remove this. The only downside to that is that I have, I already set up painting blockers for it. Kind of gives you something to do in this room. I could take out the one in the Hidden Grotto. Oh, sorry, in the Crow's Nest. There's not much to do in this room yet. I thought about having some sort of weird mystery thing where you use these little phones to, like, you know, do some bizarre puzzle over time or something. There's a Poppet box here. Another thing that seems almost unimportant, because if you have a painting, then it's a way to do a Poppet box. But if you die to Charlotte like that, I don't really want you to have to run all the way back from the haunted gallery, like through a painting to get to it. I think this is like a kind box. Like, this is really me being very kind. But I'm not this kind anywhere else. There's no save point by Patrick. There's no save point by the playroom. There's no save point by Vu. There's a painting near Vu, so there's that. So you do still have to. So I'm being really nice with this box. I'm actually questioning if I should have Poppet boxes in the world at all. Or if I should make you go through the paintings. Because one of the problems is if a Poppet box exists, I can't have enemies in that room. Because you can just keep jumping in and healing yourself. And there obviously needs to be a starting Poppet box, because that's the whole, you know, presenting, you know, Charlotte with a gift of a doll in a box, and we've got a little home for it like that. And then there needs to be a default Poppet box somewhere, because that's where all the saves happen. But what if the Poppet box that you get, like the only Poppet box besides the one in the haunted gallery, is in Charlotte's room? Because why are they everywhere? That is true. It's kind of a design flaw. Like, there's like, what, 90 rooms approximately in the place, and there's 16 paintings? So that's pretty often, you know, like, that's a lot. This is a lot. Things won't necessarily load in very well at right places. Like, the game's not built specifically to that. Like, a lot of games have save points for a reason. In fact, most PC games tend to have save points. Not all of them. The big open world ones don't, but that's because they're just these big open world monstrosities, and you might be saving 5 minutes, saving in the middle of the wilderness somewhere. But with here, it's like specific events happening in places and things like that, it's kind of weird. Metroidvanias usually have save points. It just causes a lot of programming problems that I don't think you want to take on as an indie, necessarily, saving anywhere. like when it loads in the world, it needs to know that point too, so it looks for a player start at that location, and then as soon as it finds that, it drops her because the world's loaded in around her. I'd have to find another method for doing that. Represent that the world was loaded, because there's no guarantee that the world loads in the right order for you. Bad size. What? What do? There's an extra player start here. Huh. Huh. Good to know. But yeah, that's largely it. It's a question of loading it in. A lot of problems caused by that I don't really need. But also the save point heals the player. That's the other problem I have right here. Jumping in the pot box heals you to max. And everywhere I put him, it causes problems. Of course, you don't get experience from killing enemies. You just can get money that way. If you wanted to farm by a Poppet box, it would be obviously pretty good to farm by like one of these ones here. And just go to town. But if I don't have that, I can strategically place the paintings in a way to make them be the effective save points, and then just have you run back through them as necessary for every time you fail. Not a bad idea. Something to think about now that there's like a story reason for the Poppet boxes. That I didn't have before. We're going to save this for my gift section here. And then maybe I put this underneath here as a holder, maybe. This is obviously not tall enough. There could be a giant goodie box under here. I do want a goodie box in here. I need to find a space for it. And I also need to have a way to get up to here. Which might consist of just small shelves or something. Or even display cases. This is actually what I want in this library. Yeah. That's the playroom, not the library. Actually, I could put one of these here earlier because the player can't use the drawers to get up until they have the magician. I almost wish I'd given out the magician later. Damn. Too much of the game is predicated on the magician at this point existing, so can't do that, but the fact I can put this in intentionally beforehand and then have it be something you can't use is interesting in its own right, for sure. So the player could just easily get back and forth later. Except for the painting will be gone, so it won't be so easy then. Let's unload these. Oh, I want to keep that one up. I forgot how tall these are. I may recolor it or something, potentially. Can I change this, buddy? No? Okay, we'll manually do it. Remember the tarot card got moved with these. Somehow there's a missing tarot card. I lost it. I also remember which one it was, because that's how the progression of the game works. You need that tarot card. Gotta have all 78 of them. I've learned so much about the tarot. At some point I'll have to have a custom Poppet Quest tarot deck made. 100%. Be a fun Kickstarter backing thing. For shipping that and having it made would be very expensive, so But if the game does really well, at the very least I'll make one for myself and then maybe make it a sellable thing. Maybe. Depends on how expensive and hard it is to make. This probably is actually fine now that I can just do that. I probably don't use these this time, though maybe I do. For other things. It's possible I just bend this way. Are they? Yeah. I've never even, I've never had a set of tarot cards, so. I kind of want one only because of this game. It's so funny because before this, I just thought it was all stupid crap. And don't get me wrong, I don't believe in the tarot or anything, but now that I've had to spend so much time looking at them and figure out, now I almost feel like I should own one because it just seems necessary. Seems almost weird to not have one given the extent of research I've done into it now at this point. But then I realized I probably would never do anything with it. I would probably just leave it sitting there in a corner somewhere. Exactly. Now I click the spline from a spline and there's a bug. Prevents that. So I never usually end up leaving these shelves places. I kind of just put them other places. Yeah, it's definitely... I definitely took that into account when making the characters and things like that, that it was definitely more of a girls thing for sure. Because after all, this game has definitely Alice in Wonderland DNA to it, even though it's not really an Alice in Wonderland story. You could definitely be forgiven for thinking of it as one, for sure. I kind of want to mirror the room, but the issue with that is that I kind of wanted her to have a little desk. Well, not little, but yeah. That it did, and I suspect this game will have more male than female players, because that's just how video games are. I mean, I'm sure it'll appeal to some women, the same people who women who played Alice Madness Returns, basically. Hello again, Bartolome. Hello, hello. But this time in big letters. Yes. I guess we call those caps. I suppose. And listen, public education, okay? I'm a little dumb. Yes. This one guy used to again used to do ketamine. I'm doing. I think he goes ignore. Yeah, there you go. Sometimes you just do ketamine. I mean, all I know is that ketamine's a drug of some sort. I actually don't know much about that one. To be honest, not much of a scholar on any form of drug, but I would say that I actually have a below average knowledge of drugs. I didn't think I did, but like cocaine, huh? Jeez. Well, isn't that fun? Huh. That sounds like a crappy drug. Sounds like you could do a lot better. At least people seem to enjoy pot. At the very least. Say what you will about how stupid it makes you. People at least seem to enjoy it. Do I want to put this like right below one of these ones there to drop down onto it? And what is the point of doing this? Like I could remove one of these things. I could have like the occasional thing here. Just like this. I could actually have some of the other side too. Like, I might move these entirely. I don't think I like them because they just don't fit the aesthetic that I'm aiming for here. In reality, I probably want to have more weird these things here. What kind of thing you said here? You like Mikhail? Huh. Today I learned so much about Elon Musk that I didn't know. Quick game dev to do it? I mean, it's fair. I imagine if you're drugged out all the time, it's hard to do game dev, but maybe not. Maybe it's super easy. Oh, I don't really take drugs, though. I did used to drink more than I do now. I don't drink as much. Speaking of which, I probably would get some alcohol or something. It's been like 2 hours and 37 minutes. Man, I might stand up for a sec and go get myself some refreshments here. 24 hours? Why did I do it? I don't know. I don't much understand drugs in general. Yeah, we're all pretty much. And I'm always entertained with like the various stories going on like that, and being out of my senses would just make it hard for me to, you know, be lost in thoughts, which I tend to be all the time. So I don't think I enjoy that much for that very reason. I guess I'm unusual for that, I suppose. I don't know if I want these here. I'm going to put it right here anyway, and then decide later. I do think I want ones that watch you, though. I don't think I want these little crappy ones that don't watch. Your name is woke up. Yeesh. I think on the next Twitch ad break, I'll take a quick bio break. Oh. I don't know if you can actually make it through this or not. I'm gonna test. Huh. It's been my experience, at least from what people have seen from travel vlogs, that drugs are a lot cheaper everywhere than here. Because it sure seems like people can get it for very little, and everyone doesn't make a lot of money in other countries, and yet somehow the drugs are still flowing. I can make this jump without double jump, right? I should not have enabled double jump. That's stupid. I definitely can. Hey, crits. Yeah, exactly. Whee! I can easily make that with double jump, but that's not what I'm trying to test here. Oh, you can make that jump. It is a hard one, though. I'm not sure if I want that hard of a jump in the first room. I mean, I would have made that jump without the double jump thing there. I definitely want some kind of an altar set up here. I just don't know what yet. You said the cheapest meth is really what you do. Usually 40%. Yeah, you can't get a game PC for 200 bucks. Maybe some secondhand horrible thing. Maybe if you want a 1000 series graphics card. It runs Minecraft games. I mean, to be fair, you can get a tablet. And those run games. It's true. You definitely do that. I'm told tablets run games. I'll be right back. Artemis. How much meth is equal to a steam machine? Important discussions have been had while I was gone. For sure. Yes, we're men of science around here. We must question these things and inform. Yes. I haven't had alcohol in a while. It's pale ale. It's not that great. Huh. At the top of that doesn't turn off. Keep tapping. It's like, it's not turning off. Try not to cough on you guys. Try to be a good person. Kind of failing, but you know, whatever. I think I might grab this other stuff and use it. Just because it's more unusual and weird. One game sold 20 million copies. Yeah. Who knew, like, low poly GTA would be popular? That guy. That too. For now, I'll put this here. I kind of want you to be able to stare off this, not jump off this. But maybe I'll have you jump. I don't know. Concept the room out, then make something that's playable, and then make the room actually more accurate to what you're looking for sure. I don't think things need to be that symmetrical, though. Yeah. I definitely should be doing more incremental things too, because it definitely is much smarter than all at once, for sure. Because, you know, once I have, you know, initial customers, then I can maybe not work my regular job as much. But, I can have them jump on these sometimes, I guess. Like, what if I remove this one and made you jump from this to this and then grab that? I don't think you can jump from here to there, though. I think this is too short. Not that I think I want to put the head on top of there anyway. Also, if I don't make these jumpable, then I can make them watch you. And there's something to be said for them watching you. I forgot I stole this from a different room. And I'm probably not keeping this. Maybe, though having it wrap around the top is its own fun thing, I guess. As an extra hidden thing you could go find beyond where you're supposed to go. I do need to keep this area as like a present area. I have party stuff. I got a bunch of party particles, which I have some ideas for. Mostly when you pop balloons, I want them to, you know, shoot confetti or something. I got the idea from Thomas Brush's game. He was talking about, you know, people really wanted to just break the balloons. So I just need to let people break balloons. No reason, just can. So secret extra area up here. For what, I don't know yet, but... Making sure my game right now is that I've still been adding random things, so that kind of makes it difficult to decide everything that's going to be in places. It's possible that I only make this accessible when you come back. Kind of like this, how the shortcut way up is available when you come back, so you'll be able to actually just jump right up here really super fast and skip this whole ridiculous around the room thing. That's a design thing I just didn't think about. I need to go back through and add things that you, little shortcuts you could take if you have power from later. I don't know. Improvements happen all the time, for sure. I think I mark her as permanent. Her hair looks a little weird. Fine. For a room. And then I think I just mark her as permanent. Later I'm just going to replace by a regular body, not the character thingy, for sure. But for now, in the absence of a better plan, I will click her again so I can get her, and then I'll edit her. Click off, click on. Why is she vanishing? The keyboard's doing weird things, huh? Plug my keyboard in. Always so much running out of power, it starts to do multiple keys at the same time. Already see the lights turning off on it. Room spawned in. I didn't even see the end there. Fair enough. Any of that spawn information there, or it will wipe her out. Back to all that in a second. I was looking for this. The matches and this, and then it checks for the don't despawn tags, boss or permanent. Any of those would work. Checks for those if false. Why? Why? Like, permanent's already figured in here. This doesn't need this additional check at all. Oh, I know. Hmm. Indeed. I mean, if this is just going to check here if it's a destroyable and have those, then this destroyable should just be a tag that's in here. Right? Like, why do we need the other one? That's weird. So now, as long as it has the right room and it has any one of these tags, it should stay forever. Which means Charlotte should be laying there. Probably. Even though I'm just going to make her body lifeless when I get the model for it. Why is it standing? That's weird. Creepy. Also, the collision on this is awful. Okay, well, let's fix some collision because it's terrible. It's interesting I called it Charlotte's room. We're moving it to this location, and yet it's not bringing it up. Okay. What's simple collision look like for this thing? Absolutely atrocious. Wow. I'm not sure if I'm going to move it, so I could probably just complex it and call it square. At some point, the complex one looks simpler than the auto-convex. Of course, auto-convex you can actually move around with physics. You most certainly cannot do the other. It's like it'd be kind of mediocre. Guess I could try it and see how it goes. That probably works. It's not great though. It's not even set to use that. That's interesting. No. These should have all been worked for the other one, I thought. Well, they have it. I thought face the target thing was messing it up. No, because I'm gonna have to do that. It's gonna be a lot of work to make this happen here, and I might just not want to even waste my time too much with it and just grab the body and just put it in there and not make it part of this. I could just grab the body itself for the, you know, a position hair on it and not actually do all the extra effort. Okay, well, I forgot that Charlotte has a kill thingy on her that I didn't remove because I copy pasted the thingy and I'm done. That seemed to work. It does seem like this coffin could be smaller, for sure. Like it's like bizarrely long for no reason. After, I guess, why would her coffin be huge? So it needs to be slightly on this, maybe 5.5. Though I could also apply physics to her dress. Again, I'm not going to do that though for this particular model since I'm not going to use this model for in here, but... Or maybe I will use that model in there and just make it where you can't see inside it. No, I'd rather have the body be in there. And then just have the ghost stand up out of it or something. Which would be a lot cooler. Do I need like an altar or something like that? I don't want this table. But until I find something, this is about the right height for what I need it to be, and that's close enough most of the time. Or just more steampunky machine things. I'm probably not going to have the random heads floating out here. They were just for purposes of that there. Do I have party stuff? Check my library real fast. Party particles. Oh, there's an update to it. Cool. Add some party particles back to this. Don't know if I care right now, but sure. Can't update those right now, fair enough. I do not have those. You'll have to look for assets for that. I can still have possessed objects in here and things like that. I can hide all sorts of stuff that shouldn't be in here yet. By the time you get here, I mean, all you really have for traversal is the Magician, the Empress, and the Hierophant. So it's possible I could have, you know, Hierophant items over to get something. It could also be moved down. It could just be on top of that. Almost like that better anyway. These go all the way to the ceiling though. It's kind of not ideal. But I could have possessed objects that go all the way over to here. So you can use those to get to some secret item over here. Maybe the crystal ball, maybe just a key to unlock a thing. Key to unlock this thing, maybe. Also, is there a tarot card near? Ah. Oh, I couldn't see this earlier. It's tough to see in that. Click off it and it's... Oh, it's pretty tough to see. Well, no, I actually see now, so... Let's put this nearby this so I keep better track of it and I'll move the things out of there. Oh. I guess that doesn't actually matter. I should just mark these 90s easier. At one point I was going to make specialized images for each and every one of these. That has not happened yet. Some year. Do I want to put those over there, or do I just want to have that be the whole wall as just those watching? I guess it's kind of dull if it's just all of them watching all the time, and not like things in between. Kind of mix it up a little bit. They fall down there randomly. I don't think I'm gonna have a fireplace in here because weird. I mean, it would probably just have a regular, you know, pipe coming out of the top if I wanted that. I don't know why a ghost would care about heat. It's true that I kind of want to add more to the side, but what's this? Oh, that's the altar thing. I don't know if I really want to use those kinds of things like that and having some sort of who knows what there. Eh. I'd want to do that. Hmm. Hey, ID. It's fair. It's quite the mixed bag of stuff in these Humble Bundle packages. Oh yeah, it's definitely morning. It's 5:27 a.m. here. It's most definitely morning. One might ask why I'm up at these weird times. One would be forgiven for asking too. I don't sleep well. What happens is I usually fall asleep for, you know, like, I don't know, 1 to 4 hours, and then I wake up, and then I'm up for a handful of hours, and then I go back to sleep for those hours. I just have spine issues, so it makes me not enjoy laying down a whole lot either. Or sitting, or standing. Yeah. I find I sleep more if I do it this way than if I try to sleep all at once, because at best I can sleep 6 hours in a shot. It's not pleasant, but I can do it. Never more. Never more. But this way, it's possible to get like 7 to 9 hours sleep. A lot, maybe even 10 sometimes if I just sleep a lot randomly. And I find that's better. And it just happens to work out that the time that I am available to stream is now. I work in the afternoon, evening times like that, and I just kind of sleep through the morning. I hate the morning anyway. It does mean I don't have a lot of time in my days, which does suck, but I mean, what can you do? Measures usually cause weak muscles to rehab. I chiropractic after rehab, strengthen your back and pelvis. I most certainly go to well, my problems actually were not really from weak muscles like that, but I do go to physical therapy and chiropractic, and I get deep tissue massage too. Six years of health problems. It's one day they just happen out of the blue. Very annoying. Walking along, summer day, suddenly all my limbs and head just go numb. And from that point on, health problem after health problem. Me still trying to figure out what's causing it, but that's actually why I dialed back my streaming for like 6 months and didn't do any game dev for during that time. Because back during the fall, I started having issues even walking. And all that started when I was actually standing and streaming. It wasn't even like, you know, sitting and streaming. So sometimes life sucks, but then I think about the people who have it worse, and I'm like, it could suck worse. It could definitely suck worse. Every time I think to myself, it's pretty bad, and the universe is like, oh really? And I'm like, they show me someone worse, I'm like, you're right, it could be worse. I remember one day I was like feeling terrible driving back from like the doctor's office like that, you know, and I'm at like a stoplight and I just see some guy walking along and his like entire head is bandaged, including one of his eyes like that, and he's just staggering along the street, and I was like, right, universe, you win. Like, that looks worse. Whatever I have going on today, whatever that guy's got, that looks terrible. Is that guy okay? I don't know, but I'm not going to go out and deal with that because, well, I wasn't exactly in the best shape at the time either, but still. The universe is like, I got you, bro. I'm like, uh-oh. Or I think when it first started, I ended up the ER, right? And I heard over the nurses talking about how there was a guy who was actually, it could have been, I don't know. There was someone who was defecating from their mouth, and I thought to myself, going, you know, whatever problems I have, that person's got it worse. What the hell? How does that even happen? No, second that, I don't want to know. So every time the universe is like, you might think it could be bad, but hear me out. I'm like, okay, you're right. That's worse. That's worse. You win. So, you know. Yeah, it sucked and nerve pain is terrible, but actually at this point we're mostly in pain. It was mostly numbness and tingling for years. Now I get like pain. It's like, but I was told that by the physical therapy people that pain is actually means you're like, it's like numbness is the worst, and then tingling's the next bad, and then pain's like right before you actually are better. So I was like, okay. I guess I'll live with it. I don't even know what I want to put in that spot. I just keep bouncing around, trying to think what I want to put. Yeah. So, you know. It could be worse. I could put the coffin on top of a bed. Would that be weird? Not some altar, just put it on her bed. Yeah, coffins are just a bed. A lot of times I just put something there, and then if I come up with something better, I deal with it that way. But his bed is like massive. If that's like Charlotte in a coffin and it's like that big, holy, get that. What the hell? So big. Yeah, 6 is probably a lot better. So it is a little weird that the coffin is on a bed, I guess. Part of me thinks that there should be some sort of thing keeping the body fresh. Right? Like it's a steampunk thing, but what if there's some sort of steampunk setup that keeps the body from being all, you know, going bad? When I get the body and put it in here. Maybe that's better. The rule of cool? I mean, you know. I can get behind cool. Though oftentimes in this, it's mostly the rule of weird. Like if something's just off. Is it though? I don't know. Like I said, the big issue is that there's no way that they keep the body fresh, and that's strange to me, but I could put it here for now. It's a placeholder. You can get a nice good look at Charlotte first before she comes after you, but to be fair, it will be not the ghost version of her. That version will show up later. Well, it's just going to be a dead body. But her actual body, not the ghost body. I just don't have the actual body in the engine yet. I have to port it over because I actually have a human version of her. As you can see, a picture of it. I have a human version of her. And I only took a picture of it. I did not, in fact, bring the whole body over because I didn't know I needed it. But if I was gonna make it hover and float, I would probably have some sort of crazy steampunky thing holding it up and like acting as a way to kind of keep it doing its thing. Or just have it be solemnly sitting there and somehow it's kept okay. I don't know. There's also pillows here which I need to probably remove if she's just in the coffin on there. It seems kind of ghetto. This is, after all, just a placeholder. In the absence of better ideas, sometimes I just put something someplace and figure, hey, it might work out. Maybe. The blue light really does help. The slightly blue light. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to bring these back. I'll move one here just to look at it, but I think that they just are so difficult to see through that I don't want them. But maybe I do. We'll see. There's often something to be said for a little more mysterious. But it's not like three-dimensional fog, though. It's just kind of off to the side there. Once you start jumping up here, it won't be apparent at all. Like, you'll see it from the side, I guess. Is that cool? Is that good? Or do I push this even farther back against the wall? Let's at an angle for now. It doesn't have to be. Maybe. Maybe. Maybe it's better than I think. Right, a second one. Guess I should have moved all at once. Whatever. The downside of this is it kind of a blanks your objective a bit. I don't know if I like that. It's possible I don't want this last one. Well, it's definitely a weird looking room for sure. Yeah, I think that I want the heads on the thingies to be looking, maybe. But I don't know, those ones being, you know, not moving also means that, you know, you can jump on them. It's probably helpful too. Hmm. You know, I'm so mixed on this. Because I kind of want you to be able to look in the mirror and see yourself as a toy. As a interesting talking moment there. But if this fog is here, it kind of makes it tough to see. Oh yeah, the reflections are trash because I have them set to low. It's something we discovered. If you go to like Epic, it makes the reflections way better. And that's like the only improvement the game gets. Also, her hair is kind of caught on things, but yeah. Hmm. I test that jump earlier. Obviously, this isn't really a jump much. I'll probably shrink this down so you can still see her there. So maybe I go over to here or something so that matches the shelves. I still gotta put lights in too. Because the player won't have access to, you know, unlimited sanity. This could definitely work. Gives you something to do in this room. The central area is not used up, but that's okay. It doesn't need to be at the moment. You might get something added later. Oh yeah, the key's not going to be there. I also got to push this farther back so there's no way behind it. And you'll be able to get to here, and then you'll... Maybe at this point I will have Charlotte like wake up or something like that, and then come charging after this and you'll jump through. And there's up there, and I might have floaty objects for later. Or a plant. There's not enough space for a plant on here, right? No, it's really not. The paintings are huge. I question if the paintings even needed to be this big. The paintings are kind of cool with the fog in front of them. That's interesting. The paintings are cool with the fog in front of them. One moment, please. Where are we going here? Go another 30 minutes or so. I don't know. Not supposed to spend the longest time streaming these days because, you know, health problems, but we shall see. Maybe that's cool. I don't know. I could also just run fog in here instead. And the fog tends to help out a lot too. It's supposed to be the haunted gallery, so I mean, you know. One could argue that the same weird foggy haunting stuff that I have in other rooms would probably be good there too. And I don't think you'd be wrong in that assessment. Not really. I think so, Miseko. How's it going? How do you do as well? You're just in time for me to haunt my painting gallery. Well, I guess it's called the haunted gallery, so you know, it should be haunted in the first place, but... Hey, TX. Stalking the Unreal devs? Nice. Yeah, we get lonely, so feel free to stalk away. Left unchecked, who knows what we'll do. Probably not good. You'll probably end up with asset flips or something like that. And an endless legion of, you know, clones out in forest where you craft things. So you gotta keep us in check by spying on us. Yes, yes. I don't know if I like fog in here or not, but it is supposed to be haunted, so maybe we experiment. Yeah, 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 yeah. Probably not that great. I think the fog's better on the ground, probably. Alright. Just blueprints. C++ is for other people. People who never want to get their game done. Pretty much. Okay, I don't like the fog in here at all. Not one bit. Like, I was fine with those because it kind of accents that, but otherwise the fog just makes it too much. For sure. Perhaps if it's lower or something, then it'd be fine. Ugh. Maybe slightly less fog? I am both sure. Less is more in the world of fog? I don't know. Still a bit much. Can't say I like it here. I think it's better without, probably. Maybe just a slight misting to it. Maybe I should restrict where the fog's at. Yeah, it's not too bad now, I think. Like, the slight mist is probably okay. I knew that fog farther. I just want to keep that particular fog. Not sure I like that fog much either. Maybe I think it's just better without all that crap. We. Well, it's interesting that it doesn't really cover the pictures very well. Like you hit it with just the wrong like thing, and they just don't seem to work quite right with these paintings. And also just remove and leave a little bit of fog. Maybe that's better. I mean, the paintings do move up and down. That was kind of how originally they were haunted. They just kept moving up and down. Floaty paintings. That's probably better because you'll actually be able to see which the names are and everything. Yeah. I don't think I got the fog there. I could probably unload half these rooms. I don't really need them loaded right now. No need to stress my computer any more than it already is. So I gotta find presents or something for this. I need to have some sort of hidden item up here, and honestly this key could go up here. And I'm not sure I really want all this fog in this one. I just want to be able to jump in front of the mirror and see it. The problem with this fog is it's just a stupid, you know, plane. It's not actually anything cool. Hmm. Well, the box emits lights. I don't go worry about that. Why do they seem so big? They're not this big in the other rooms, are they? First one I shrunk them down, but I guess I left these ones from a million years ago. No, they're that size. Huh. Could have sworn I did that. Guess not. Hmm. Well, we'll position some lights to make it real easy on the player. But honestly, I think I should just put some ones on the walls and not these ones. We already did that. Those aren't even nice though. For now, we'll use these as my placeholders. Are they? Hmm. No, there's a better place for them. I mean, they could just have side tables here. They don't actually have to be... like weird little thingies. Could actually just have little, like, side tables to a bed or something. And not the weird floaty head things. The floaty head thingies. Those could just be on the things or something, I guess. Most of these things will get replaced by something better later, for sure. But in the absence of something better now. If I want you to run through this area up here, I want the lights down below it, and worry about the rest of it later. Means you'll stay in the light pretty easy. Let's grab a whole table, move it to the side here. We'll attempt to move to the side. Come on. I believe in you. Okay, that was weird. Somehow didn't want to move it. I don't know if this will actually reach or not, but we'll find out. It should. Not sure what's going on in the center here. Probably a carpet of some sort. AI viewers at Streamboo. Yeah. You think at some point they would ban the word Streamboo from ever being messaged? Because, you know, I'm sure Twitch is a fortune by that. All the AI viewers, but you know. What do I know? Well, not much. I mean, you're on Twitch. It's probably, I don't know much at all thinking about it. I was gonna cram this to this side here. Up here. I can tell this room's gonna get a huge amount of changes and everything like that. It's just early playtest ideas. None of those are on. They look like they're on, and yet they are not. I guess on is very relative. Oops. It actually works out great because I was originally gonna have her mention something about it. Too close to that. That she's actually a doll now. You know, like noticing it for herself. So having a mirror you can jump in and get that dialogue's pretty good. And this still counts as being in the light. Let me do this on my computer, goodness knows. Might only improve that reflection, but it sure lowers the FPS when it doesn't need to. Like, so there's some changes it makes. These aren't even pushed against the wall, it looks like. Right, a little bit off. Well, that's kind of an interesting view right there. It's gonna screenshot, actually, gonna hide that and screenshot that and open that in the other thing. So I have something to show my Discord. I haven't done that in a while. Discord. Or even something to show social media. It's almost too much, I think. Maybe I don't want one of these here. Maybe I just want to keep this where it's very visible and this the sides that are off. Let's test this, shall we? Maybe make the room focus on those two things. Where's the painting? Hello, where's the painting? Where'd the painting go? Hmm. I don't know. There's nothing about deleting it. Just these are the light on and off things. It's just not there now. Huh. You like broken somehow? The hell? I think I know what it is. It was probably copied over from the New Life room, and I just didn't do the thing. Yep. Makes sense. Relatively soon. We're at the 4-hour mark. Anyway. I have to Charlotte's bedroom first before I delete the other ones, and then I can then root from all the other ones that I don't need it in. Yeah, that helps. I was originally thinking of putting this and this out there, and no getting rid of these. And thus making it so that the sides are a little less in focus, and the, you know, Charlotte and the painting are much more in focus. Like I said, I kind of want to make the focus of the room like where Charlotte is and like that, and start putting all these things to make that look really cool. Because every room should have a focus where that's what you look at, that's what you remember. And then having the objective easy to find up there is probably helpful. Maybe that's correct. It's just, it makes the room seem more like a tunnel between the two places. Yeah, that's probably better. Just so you can see what's going on. I didn't move this table yet. Oops. Also, the paintings seem to ignore fog anyway. So I guess seeing that the objective is what was interesting. I don't know why the painting ignores fog. I think it's a sprite, and that's might be something, but I flubbed that, didn't I? Oh, I know what I was gonna look at. Having no fog in the area is pretty helpful too. A moon symbol on there is not particularly that useful, but it's also not terrible. Yeah, I almost just don't like that at all. I almost just like having the fog along the bottom. Like once you're beyond it, it looks kind of cool to see it across the way, but if it's in the way, then it's super annoying. Like the almost lack of floor is interesting. Too much light on her. Wonder why that happens. Yeah, I think I might like it better without the weird other fogs. I definitely don't want the end cap fogs, that's true. Anyway, I think I'm gonna call it for tonight. I've been at it for about 4 hours, and I'll just be back tomorrow. As long as I don't feel like crap. But I feel pretty good this stream. So, to everyone who watched, thanks. And everyone who's currently watching, thanks. And yeah, I will see everyone tomorrow. About 4 hours earlier than this. See you.